everyone, Pat here. I have played full speed in Trackmania for many years, but my true passion has always been tech-heavy tracks. Tech-heavy tracks. I don't like full speed in Trackmania. I actually prefer tech-heavy tracks.
Forced one-line maps with as much tarmac as possible. As possible. As possible.
Hello everyone, Pat here. I have played full speed in Trackmania for many years, but my true passion has always been tech-heavy tracks. Tech-heavy tracks. I don't like full speed in Trackmania. I actually prefer tech-heavy tracks. I don't like full speed in Trackmania.
Hi. How we doing? The rain? Well, I actually got pretty lucky with the rain. I was able to fit in a walk in between, like, showers. Like to the gym. Vector, Mints, Jason, Dead Legs. Your video doesn't work on Twitch, but your chat doesn't work on YouTube. Best of both worlds. Oh wait, I'm missing this? No, it's there, okay. Cool. Let's get started. Hey, Quinix. So how is everyone today on this Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. Hello, last and out. What's my favorite dog? For watching on the internet, a husky, but probably to actually own. Oh, I don't know. There's a few good choices. Election day in Canada? Oh yeah, that's not always easy. It's we have elections coming up as well. You like greyhounds? That's fair. I really like golden retrievers. I think that's what they're called. Nice. Oh, could have had that. I'll try finish one run without respawn. Like, without double respawn. Just to warm up. Haven't played in a couple of days. Next APAC tournament is this weekend, that is correct. Oh, whoops. I don't think I've ever made that mistake before, so... Oops. Aha, too low. Oh, it's really good speed. I actually overjumped that. I don't think I've seen that before. Hey, Blaster. It's slow, but it's fine. So I know a similar exit speed. Really good wall entry. Just no speed. Oh, whoops. Like that. Hey Mira, what's up? You have one of your 3 remaining exams for tomorrow, Blaster? Nice. Wish you best of luck on that. Oh! That speed. Ah, whoops. Whoop. I want that. Nice, good speed. Not great, but not bad. Still have good speed. Oh my goodness, not even close. Ah. Nice. That's one of the hardest parts of the map. I never feel comfortable there. That's fine. Too low? Oh, too wide. Very solid. Okay, this I don't get it. Maybe something to that. Oops. Oops. Very important to land early there for stability. Is it easier to hold speed side angles of the steering wheel? Not as much easier as you'd think. Definitely more satisfying, but not easy at all. You have to steer a lot more than you imagine as well. How many hours on this map have I spent so far? I'd say 12. What? What? Okay, that's interesting. Oh, really? In clip there? Okay. checkpoint is hardest? That section I just did, I'd say that's the hardest part of the map. I don't know what specific checkpoint I would rank as the hardest, but the Takuba part I find the most challenging. Actually, for individual checkpoint, maybe it's the one after this. Actually, no. Yeah, no. I find this very hard to do fast, like to get a clean landing here. That's not great, it's not bad. The checkpoint after this one, I think I find the most challenging. Mainly because of this jump. Oh, I have no speed. Immediately doesn't work. What the hell? I have a really good respawn for that jump right now, so it's seems a lot easier than it actually is. Landing at the correct spot in that water bounce is so hard. There we go. Yeah, it's because of that jump. I find it very hard. Well, the combination of the two jumps. What? Oops. Oh. Oh, come on. How am I missing this turn? I think I'm entering too low. Yeah, maybe that's all it was. Oh, that's fine. Nice. Nice. Ah, doesn't matter, I didn't slide there, but... Wait, what? Apparently that didn't slide either. Oh no. This might be bad. Yep. I guess I don't need to greet that. That's no point really. Doesn't save enough time. Because the speed resets here anyway. How did I not touch the wall there? What? Alright. Not bad for a first run. For a warm-up. Yeah, Jimmy the base of the 52 years in the blanket game. Welcome back, man. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, compared to controller, holding is easier, for sure. Yeah, much more precision. Is the correct spot there needed to live or just to be fast enough? It's about surviving, yeah. I also want to keep some momentum, but in that water bounce, but it's mainly about making it clean every time. What's difficulty between this and Deep Fear? I've rated it like a 6 out of 10 compared to Deep Fear. Oh, nice to see you play after a leg workout. Oh, nice. I did a workout on my own today. Since I'm in FS mode currently, can I describe approaches to wall rides loops? Wall rides, you want to go up early and low. Like, early and as low as you can. If the wall ride is long, or if it's slow, then you want to arc a bit higher. That's about it. And loops, again, you want to line up from far away. You have a trip to Brisbane coming up, Yakna? Nice. Hello, Jayrick. What's up? You're on veg, KB? No worries, man. This says 70 checkpoints, so it's much easier to finish already. That's true, yeah. Alright. Let's see what the no respawn time is. Oh, wow. That was still 1302, no respawn. Very good. We'll do a guess on the next one, if I don't one-shot it. But yeah, D-Fear is really... You have to be very precise with your angles, your jump angles. And avoiding a lot of bumps. Like, not only do you have to have enough speed to clear stuff, you also have to make sure the car is very, very stable. And also not going too fast for some jumps in Deep Fear, whereas this... You don't have to worry about being too fast anywhere, really. And the angles aren't as important. They still matter for a couple of parts, but overall it doesn't matter that much. Oh, where am I going? Hello to Hangout. No worries, Windows. Have a good day at work. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the good luck. What? Hey Nicholas, what's up? Could I send greeting to firefighters in Chile? Hello, firefighters in Chile. It's very hard to get a run going in this. It's so easy to make a mistake early on. Like, even though the parts aren't necessarily as difficult, like the start, it's hard to lock in when you haven't got a run going. So usually when I get past 2 minutes, I start to lock in. Must be some damn spicy chili. You need firefighters. Got him. Jet lag car skin is great. I know, right? You can actually use it yourself if you want. In the club jet lag racing in game. What? Alright, at least I have equal speed. Oops. So usually when I get past there and onto the... Like when I get past that jump onto landing the plastic, I usually start to lock in, but... Yeah. That's like the hardest thing in the start, that section. This map is long. It is. It's a very long map. It's quite satisfying. It's quite a nice map. Did I just get a landing bug? That looked like a landing bug. Yeah, hello agent, welcome to the stream. Who drove the AT? Ski Freak. It's not, you know, it's not a cheated or segmented AT, it's a full run. It's actually the GPS of the map is the author time. What? Oh yeah, the wall. Okay, good. Nice. No! Jump too low again! Yeah, you don't want to bounce though, you want to just land smooth. Very, very hard jump this, to get it smooth. Because I'm trying to land in a slide for extra speed. Yeah, that was good. That's what I want. That's plus. The AT is 1304.2. Asian structure spotted. Yeah. Ooh, that's close. Okay, I didn't land in the slide, but I got early air time. Early landing, so yeah, it's still better. Nice. Jumped a bit far, but that's fine. Yeah, this is still good. Yeah, good with speed recovery. Nice. Oh, that was close. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever done that mistake before. Just clipping that inside edge. First time for everything, I guess. I'll keep the run going. I mean, the solid run, so I can still PB like quite a bit. I'm gonna be careful here. I don't know how that worked. I'll take it though. Nice. Ooh. Oh, damn it. Nice. Does it affect Deathless Rage? Yeah, my PB has 3 respawns. That's where I lost the 30 seconds. What? How did that still make it? What? What? I don't know where my speed went there. Oh my god. Why is it not sliding? Hello? Okay. I didn't learn anything from that. I guess it's just one of those things I was barely not full steering long enough. Oops. Oh, not even close. What? That doesn't make sense to me right now. I like this speed. for this part. Nice. Yeah, look at that. Oh. It's hard to control though. Holy moly, that was a big jump. Okay, this is so cursed. This much speed. Absolutely no clue how to control this. I guess what better time to learn. I might have to release for this jump. I don't know. It's too hard to control at this much speed at the moment. See, why did that work? Oh, come on. That's so unnecessary going that fast here. Really? You can clip there. Okay. There I learned. Oof. I don't like that line. Both for speed and comfort. I feel like this is better. Yeah, that's better. Oh yeah. This is really good practice right now. For these sections. Just trying out a few things. A few small things. Okay. Similar outcome, that's fine. Song? Lost Chapter. Oh, come on. Wait, I'm all the way back here? Okay. Nope. There we go. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, I gotta be careful here. Nice. Jeez, I have so much speed and I'm over jumping this now. How do you control this? Hmm. Oop, that's too aggressive. That's better. Why can I not aim this all of a sudden? Hmm. Okay. That still works. Oops. Hmm. No, it's not enough. Trying to see how much speed I can get from this part. Like within reason. Experimenting with a small SD strat here. I'm not trying to bounce there, I'm trying to slide onto that jump. Okay, I see where to aim for now. Right there. Okay, so what I've been doing is fine. It's slower than I've been recently, but I don't mind that. Alright. Good practice run. Hello, Spizel. What's up? Hey, Con. What's up? That pillar back there is evil to have 10 minutes into this map? Oh, there's plenty of evil pillars. Alright, let's guess the copium timer. What is the no respawn time I'm gonna say on this run? Get your guesses in. Oh. Gotta go to class. Good luck, no worries, Puzzle. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Enjoy your class. Alright. So if it says... Ooh, okay. 12:59.2. Damn, okay. Didn't realize the strats were that much faster. That's the first sub 13 no respawn timer. Very cool. Alright. Wait, someone actually guessed 12:59? Hag D1. Congratulations, you win nothing. Will I be satisfied with the AT, but not sub 13? Absolutely. It depends. If I get a 13 flat, I would leave it there. If I barely got AT though, I would probably continue for a sub. Try get sub 13. Alright, so now that my content brain is like kicking a little bit more now. Streamer brain. Plan for today. You may notice in the title it says TMWT practice and breakdown. Well, the breakdown basically is just me trying my best to explain key parts of the track to you. So it's easier for you to understand as a spectator. Like, give you key parts to watch out for. As well as certain checkpoint times to expect. Like, tell you what's like a good time, a really good time. So you can like gauge the pace a little bit. Because obviously there's a lot going on in the maps, and without a clear explanation of what's happening, it can be difficult to understand. Now obviously I'm not planning to do every single, detail. Just the stuff that's important for viewing experience. So whether you're watching someone practice or you're watching matches, you have an idea what to look out for. Oh no. Ugh. Okay, I made it. I'm not dead. I don't know how I lived that, to be honest. That was so bad. But it somehow worked. Do I like trial maps? I do. In this, I would count as like a trial-ish map. Oh my goodness, what a jump. Oh no. That's actually fine because it makes this jump a bit easier. And instead of massively over jumping, I'll like barely make it. Which is good. But the downside is I have a lot less speed now, so it's gonna bleed some time. Okay, I recovered some there at least. That's good speed. Nice. Very clean. Very clean. Don't hit the thing. Okay, good. That was a phenomenal section there. Very time zone runner. Hello Santa, thanks for the good luck. Oh no, I'm dead. Yeah. Oh, that's annoying. That's a really annoying mistake. I just jumped too low. And then my entire time was compromised. But yeah, this is like one of the hardest parts of the map. It can still PB though. I'll definitely try. Yeah, I also haven't been finishing enough attempts of this of the map recently, so it'd be good just to play the map more. What? Why do I keep messing up the angle here now? Guess I just gotta go a bit wider than I think I need to. What? Holy moly. Not dead. I'm dead. Dude. Alright, I think PB is not possible anymore this run, but I'll still finish it. Damn. Come on, really? That's too low? The more left you jump here, the lower you jump. So I'm trying to like land early there, still. Okay, less speed here. Maybe this will be easier now. Nope. This transition makes zero sense to me. Maybe that's the key? What about a side tilt this way? Potentially. I need to get this consistent. I failed it so much. I find this really inconsistent right now. Oh, maybe that's the trick. Okay. So a left tilt landing. Okay. I'll assume it's that. Whoa, what the hell is this? Stop jumping low there. It's down the right. That's it. It's down the right of the sausage block. Not dead. Yep, dead. Okay, stop doing that as well. Just there's no point greeting that because the speed you carry gets reset very quickly anyway. Just do this. At most, the gain's like a few tenths. And that's being generous. Okay, maybe stay a bit higher like this. Okay, that's far too high. Hmm. Okay. This is also something I fail quite often, this checkpoint. Just trying to get a better understanding of it. That's good. I want that every time. Whoa, that's really wide. Am I making this? Yeah. If you swing out too wide, that makes this very hard. What? That doesn't slide? I wish there was a checkpoint just before that, so I could practice it more in detail. I guess I do a small left tap just before the jump. That's good. Not perfect, but definitely really good. Oops. Oh, that's a great angle. Okay, if I can get that every time on that checkpoint, that makes it so much easier. Nice. ZF Julian 2468. Okay. Still got the low air time, which is good. Oh, that was too low. Okay. Oh, perfect. That jump into the wall ride, that was perfect. Exactly what I want. Nice. This might be another sub 13. No respawn. This is fast run. Fast run. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another sub 13. There it is, your favorite pillar? Oh yeah, where the magnet is. Upside down magnet. It is brutal. The water bounce, the water bobsleigh CP, yeah. That's the hardest one for me. Oh, alright. Let's see what survey says. Almost exactly the same. 400's difference. 1259.2 again. Now just don't respawn. That's the goal. At least I know the strats now I need to do to go that fast. I think that's what I'll do from now on. If I get to that slow section, I'll finish the run no matter what. If I make it that far to the slow speed section. Face is not sub 13? Sure. Too much angle. Still good. Nice, good low jump there. Oh, what? Down to the shops real quick. No worries, runner. Oh, uh-oh. Ah, annoying. I don't like them. That's like one of the most annoying mistakes because it's one of the easiest jumps in that section. Wow. Can't believe I landed smooth. Ah. Oh no! I had so much speed there, I had to be centered to make that. I was gonna need the checkpoint on the sides, no matter what. Mine is 600 speed, but still faster. I mean... faster for that checkpoint, but for the ones after, probably not. Whoa, that was a sick nosedive. Almost crashed there. Nice. Beautiful. Whoa. Huh. That's actually pretty cool. That little nosedive I got there. A little bounce. Really? Today is not FS Friday. Why is this happening? This is like my main project at the moment. My mainstream hunting project. Been playing it for the last couple of weeks. It's fun, it's satisfying. Doesn't require much interaction. Likeable goal? Yeah. I've been running a bit low on stream energy, so I'm trying to like spread out the interactive content a bit more. We're doing a lot of interactive content recently, so yeah. Oh! Uh-oh. That's fine. Make it. New Deep Fear map? Deep Fear type map, yes, but nowhere near as hard as Deep Fear. Most of the time I spent on one map, that'll be Deep Fear. Spent close to 1,000 hours. As a wise old Australian, do I fear spiders? Depends what type of spider. If it's just a huntsman or a daddy longlegs, I don't mind them. Anything else though? Alarm bells. Yeah, usually if I see a spider like chilling on the wall, I'll just name it and say hello every time I go past it. What? Would I say this is as challenging as the DFIT 2020 remix or not that much? I actually can't compare them. Because when I played the remake, I'd already played the original for so long that I don't really know how it would compare to this. You can always try it out for yourself though. I mean, this has significantly more checkpoints, so it's easier to finish, but to one shot, I'm not sure. But compared to the original Deep Fear, it's about a 6 out of 10, I would say. This map. Yeah, I like seeing spiders in the house. Like just one or two. Because then I know they're dealing with the other unwanted insects. Have I finished the map without respawning yet? No. When are me and Bren gonna get back on practicing the world to the map back? I started a couple of days ago. Bren started yesterday. And I'll actually be doing some on-stream practice today. Also, hello, John. Greetings. I'm finding that sub 13 is quite hard to do. Like just surviving while doing that pace. So that's the time I'm going for now. Sub 13 minutes. Not just 80. But it's one of those, if I get like a 13 flat, I'm happy. Or like a 1301. Because I know that 1301 or lower is really good. It's a real ATs fan, and hello. Was there anything surprising from the EMEA tournament? Only one thing was surprising, and that was on Sunburn, the uphill drift. You take the checkpoint from the right side and stay on the right side. I did try that, but it's very hard to save time with it and also survive. The rest was like about what I expected. Oh yeah, and also a nice surprise was the water line on Sunburn. Instead of doing the drift, you just release and no slide. I tried it and it's a hell of a lot easier. And it's only like 0.1 slower, which in that map is nothing. You can gain triple that in the 360 and the ending. What? Oh, come on. When do we compete again? This Saturday. This week. Back-to-back 12.2 made it look pretty control even with respawns. Yeah, but one of the reasons why I was respawning so much was to build up, was to go as fast as I possibly could. So it's like, I have to do all that in one try. Those super fast paces. That's the tricky part. To get it sub 13. Like, getting the pace at all with respawns, I don't find that hard, but doing it all at once, that's the hard part. You probably had the same thing when just hunting like a campaign or a track of the day, where you've respawned a bunch and gotten a really good no respawn time, but your PB is nowhere near it. That's where I'm at right now with this map. Is there a website that has match times and dates? Yes. esports.trackmania.com. Oh yeah, Liquipedia also will have that. Like the furthest I made it into this map without respawning is about 8 minutes. 8.5 minutes. So I gotta start improving that as well. Like see if I can get runs to 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Or just more runs to 8 minutes. You know? So now that I know I've got the pace for sub 13, now I've got to build the consistency. And that's much harder. Consistency is by far the hardest part. Is anyone else grinding this map at the moment? None that I know of. Nice. Nice. Oh, it's close. It sucks. Missing that slide. You've been trying to get 15.8 and 05 weekly shots, but cannot even get sub 16. Yeah, I mean, short maps it's very hard to save time. I mean, I haven't played the weekly shorts yet, but yeah. I haven't played them in a while. Yeah, I just much prefer playing 13-minute map than a 13-second map. I don't know. It's like, I find weekly shorts hard to play and hard to watch. Because it reinforces what I consider to be poor habits in Trackmania. And just sometimes even in some of your life habits, which is restarting too soon. Yeah, chasing perfection and not progress. I mean, it's a bit ironic because I'm restarting this a lot, but I always go the distance once I reach a certain part. I just haven't reached that in a while. Oh no. Ooh. Not dead. Will I play Tom's new RPG? I have no plans on playing any RPG at the moment. The only RPG I'm tempted to play is 1+7 and 1+9 when that comes out. I keep crashing that part, I don't know why. If I crash it again, I'm gonna practice it. Like just with some respawns, because I failed it so many times today. Just keep misaiming. Whoa, that was close. Okay, I'm making it this time, 100%. Okay, this jump. And I'm making these two jumps. Amazing. Oh my god, that was very low. Is that too low? Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's really good. Beautiful. This is excellent speed here. I almost slid out there. Nice. Oh, not even close. No way. Wait. Oh, that sucks. I clipped the corner on the way down. What a start though. I can't even continue that because yeah, I just have no angle for that. How's the difficulty on this compared to Deep Fear I played a lot? This is about a 6 out of 10. Hello, Lex. Hello, hello. Alright, I'll give it one more good attempt. That was my best ever start, by the way. Like, that was very, very fast. Being already -1 second there, 1.3 even, just really good. Too low? That's fine. Oh, come on, man. I jumped to flat there. You wanna... What I'm trying to do there is angle slightly up when I jump there so that the car goes to the right a bit. But I aim too far left, so I just jump straight, basically, which is not what you want. What? I remember most of the map. I don't just YOLO things. No, I actually remember where everything is and which order it's in. But I've been playing the map for a couple of weeks now, so I've had time to memorize that. At the beginning, it was definitely not like that. Ah, come on. Hey, Bongo. I've been on this map for about a couple of weeks now, just a couple of hours a day. Muscle memory? Yeah, not just muscle memory, but also like... yeah, knowing what's coming up. Where am I based in Aussie? In Canberra. Damn it. We just need to make up for it at least. Nice. Go. Corrected that mistake from before. What? Didn't slide at all there. Okay. So we need a bit down on speed for this part. Still very good pace. Ah, I jumped too far. That's fine. Almost crashed, but made it work. Alright then, clip the corner this time. Oh no. Yep, saw that coming. Yeah, I can't. This is unsavable. I actually jumped too far. Wait, can you go here? Actually? Oh, maybe you can save it. Hmm. Interesting. That's actually a really sick save. Good to know. Hello, Josh. Talks to fish. Man, if that was gonna be a no respawn run, that would be incredible. Considering that the furthest I made is 8 minutes without respawning. Yeah, Nicious, happy times then. Oh! Massive airtime there. Nice. Please let this be the run. Please. No! It's not the run. Hey, Slip. Thank you, man. What was that? It was a barrel roll. Ski Freak did drive the AT. Imagine seeing world record and seeing that flip. Yeah. That'd be hilarious. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Make it! Oh, damn. Yeah, it's an impossible angle. It's too tight. Alright, one more run to there and I'll move on to World Tour stuff. Ziff at alien underscore TM. Slide. It's fine. Not dead. Where am I? Can anyone play this track? Yes. But you have to play it in, you can't play it on a server. You have to play it in solo mode. Because the map file's too big. What? Okay, I saved it, but Jesus. Oh, it's still good speed. Alright, nice start. Oh! Not bad. Gotta be careful here. Nice. Very nice. No. I turned in too early. Then my line was compromised. Yeah. That sucks. That was a really good pace too. I can't believe I was nearly 2 seconds ahead. It's a disgusting pace. It's D-Fear inspired, yes, this map. What? Didn't slide at all there. Oh my. Slide. Why won't you slide? Okay. Oh. Holy, that was close. Oh, come on, really? So much airtime there. I don't think I can PB anymore, but it's a very fast run, so I want to see what kind of a no respawn this can be. Oh, this is awkward. Let me make an SOD here. Upside down. It's something, I guess. I made it? Okay. Oops. Just drove straight into that. Now let's see if I learned anything from my last run in this section. I think it was a left tilt, right? At this jump. Small left tilt. Yeah, that seems to work. Jump on the right side. Alright. Oops. Okay, I'm steering a tiny bit too much there. Tiny bit too much. Still too much. Maybe that's a bit better. Oh, there's a pillar there. I learned. Today I learned. Oh. Hmm? Oh, this is a tough angle. Yeah, because I went too low here, so I have to like oversteer to correct it. That's fine. Alright, I think I understand the bobsleigh entry at least. It's just the part before it now, which I need to figure out, but it makes sense to me. I need to do that. Way too low. Oof. Oh, that's so greedy. Ah! That was bad, but it worked. Oh no. No! No, let me out! Okay. Can I even still finish with this speed? I had to release to survive. Oh, I don't have enough. Okay, with this I should have enough. Except I didn't slide at all, so I have no speed again. Yeah, I cannot miss that slide. Just do that. Okay, there we go. I need to reach at least 799 here. Alright, good run, I guess. Finished 3 runs today. I got 2 sub 13 copiums today, and this one might also be sub 13. The start was super fast. The middle wasn't fantastic, but it was definitely solid. And the ending was a bit slow. I still think it's 12:59 though. The start was too good. Alright. The survey says 12:58. I was wrong. Yeah, that start was like stupid fast. That's not really that surprising. Alright. Cool beans. Alright, I'll be right back. And then we'll move on to World Tour. I need to pee. Just have a small break. I'll be right back. There are a lot of mistakes, not that focused. No, I was focused, it's just hard to not make a mistake. And I've only been playing a couple of weeks, so still plenty of time to build consistency. Anyway, be right back. Oh yeah, this is the AT run, by the way, for those who are wondering. I just grabbed some food. I'm gonna eat it while this run finishes. Also, Ziff at Phoebe. Figured I'd say that. Well, that's awkward timing, Phoebe, because I've actually finished with my attempts with this for the day. I'm moving on to World Tour after this, after I eat. But I had some really good attempts on this today. Hello. Perfect timing. Just about perfect timing. Kudos to cameraman though. I know, right? There you go. That's the author medal run. But time for different content now. Alrighty. So what I want to do is give my best explanation of what goes on in the world tour maps while you're watching. So what I'll do, I'll load up the top 5 replays on each map. And I'll take... Actually, maybe I'll just take you through the record. Because having too many ghosts would probably be confusing. But yeah, basically give you like a breakdown of what to look for in each map as a spectator. That's the idea. So obviously, well, first of all, so there's obviously the 5 tracks. Reunion, Ascension, Limbo, Ellipse, and Sunburn. So what I want to take you through in these maps is obviously like key areas where mistakes can happen, or, you know, big pace swings can happen. Checkpoint numbers to look out for those that are interested in pace, and just go through the general like idea of the map. Nothing too complicated, obviously, just explaining the basics. Make it, give you a bit more reference as to what to look for while watching the world tour maps. So this is going to be on YouTube, so well, I'm planning for this to maybe be on YouTube if it's a good enough explanation, but yeah. That's the idea. Also, alien__TM, welcome back for 54 years to the Heavenly Ziffers gang. Really appreciate that. Alright. So did everyone understand that? What I'm planning to do now? If not, too bad. Alright. Does that mean you'll be on YouTube.com? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if I want this to be on YouTube yet, but I just want to give it a try. So yeah. Alright. Let me put a marker down. A marker? All right. Five, four, three, two, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, that's not how it works. Anyway. Thank you, Video Mudda. Hello, everyone. Streamer Muddy here. So, as the intro hopefully suggested, we are going through 5 World Tour maps, which will be used for Stage 1 for the next 3 months. Explain what kind of maps they are, what you can look out for as a spectator, whether it's pace, overtakes, crashes, stuff like that. I want to do my best to give you some sort of an explanation so you get some idea what's happening. So, we've got 5 maps. As you can see the names on the right, hopefully. Nothing's blocking it, but we've got Reunion, Ascension, Limbo, Ellipse, and Sunburn. So let's jump into Reunion first. So as you can see here, the world records are around high 106, low 107. Let's boot up the world record and just have a little bit of... Let's just watch the run first. Nothing too crazy. Not gonna say anything. If you've never seen this map before, this might seem a little bit chaotic. All the maps still feel like that, so I'm just gonna watch through it once, then we'll slow it down, pause, and break down each section. So a map like this is what would be called like a heavy mix style map. Nothing, doesn't really focus on any one particular thing. It's all just blocks thrown together. You can take risks everywhere, going close to the walls, stuff like that, carrying speed. That's the gist of the map. There are a couple of key areas where you can gain or lose a lot, places that are easy to crash. But obviously, in a world record, you're not going to see crashes. Very nice run, and let's break it down with things that I've learned about the map, and I'll do my best to explain them to you. So, we have the beginning here, and the first 2 turns, you can already gain or lose quite a lot of time. Around 2 or 3 tenths, and that may seem like a small amount. That may seem like, oh yeah, a couple of tenths, that's not a big deal, right? Well, in racing, it is a massive deal. 3 tenths is a big deficit. And it's because of this turn right here. As you can see, you've got this like twisted plastic block, and you've got this pillar onto this dirt block. If you enter this turn too wide, you will have less grip. And you'll see this if you have multiple cars driving at the same time. If someone goes wide here, they will lose around 2 to 3 tenths and just fall behind immediately. So you want to stay roughly in the middle. Obviously, if you go too far on the right, you will hit this pillar. So that's not what you want. So the closer the players can get to this pillar without touching it, the faster they will be. So that's the first thing, and that's already in the first 10 seconds. Very, very scary to do in the live round. So now, this part here, simple, but again, a small mistake can lead to a big time loss or a crash. So what you want to do, see players do, is stay in the middle of this block here, in between these 2 white lines. You can go over to the right side a little bit, that's okay. You just don't want to be too far on the left, because what will happen is you just simply crash either onto this left side here, or you won't make this turn. So that's the... Already just in the start, first 15 seconds, very scary and easy to make mistakes, but from here onwards, it's pretty chill. You may notice that he goes a bit wider there. He doesn't attack this wall. If we just go back. There's a very specific reason that he doesn't do this. If you go too close to this wall, you can jump. And as you may know, there is drifting in the game. If you jump and land with what are called drift skid marks, when you try to press brake to drift, it just won't do anything. So that's why you might see some people going much wider here. But yeah, small detail, probably a bit complicated, but if you're wondering why people go wide there. And this surface here, if you're wondering why he's turning so fast and carrying so much speed, this is wood. And if you've ever played Stadium, well, if you've ever driven on wood surface in any Trackmania map, you know that the faster you go, it's like turning on rails. And it's, for me, it feels like playing on fast forward. So he just turns with insane amount of speed. And if you're wondering what this dark surface is, it's plastic. And you can always tell if it is plastic because you'll see all these white dots. These white dots are a giveaway that the surface is plastic. Just a cool little note there. Now this is the first place where you'll see a lot of mistakes, and it's this jump from the plastic onto the ice. And the main crash will be jumping too far left and crashing into this block over here. So I've done that mistake a few times myself in the first match that I played. So yeah, very, very tricky. But you want to stay, if you have a lot of momentum here, you'll stay on the left side. No, nothing too crazy here, just icy wheels drift, small transition. Yeah, nothing too crazy so far. You'll rarely see mistakes here. This is a pretty easy section to survive. I think the only spot you might see mistakes is right here. Either clipping on this landing. So, let me just go through. You might see some people clip here on the left or even on the right sometimes. But that's quite rare. You may also see people crashing into this pillar, which I've almost done a few times in match. Now there's a risky strat that people go for here, which can save around 0.2 if done well. And you'll notice Epos does it right here. He goes over this corner. Let me tell you, this is outrageous. And the reason for that is, you may have seen people sometimes make this turn, or you may see people drive this turn, and they go for this, and then their car flips over. Well, that can happen for doing it not aggressively enough, as crazy as that sounds. If people go for this corner cut, they have to go all the way across, like all four wheels off the edge, basically. Because if you go just two wheels, the car flips over. So what most people will do is stay away from this corner. But if we slow it down, let me just slow it down here so you can get like a better idea of what it looks like. Okay, even slower than that. And see how much over... Look at this. He's going completely over the edge. This is madness. This is absolute madness right here. Like, if you clip here, you're just dead. You can't save it. And you have to respawn. So, that's a big risk for a 0.2 time save, but I think people can make it consistent. And then there's this turnaround here, which... This turnaround is not too hard to do, but if you mess up... If you see people mess up this turn here... Let's say they are too far on the right and then they can't make the turn here. So, you want to leave some space on this side. And he's basically straight line this, so it's fine. If you mess up your line through that turn and then you end up facing over to the right, it's very hard to make this get to the checkpoint up here. I often go wider on the angle before the turnaround. Oh yeah, here? Okay, so what I do personally at this turnaround, sorry, I forgot to mention this. I personally go much wider so that it makes this turn a lot easier. So you might see people go a bit wider here, and that's to make this turn easier. That's about it. So yeah, forgot to point that out. I have seen crashes here before, but it's quite rare again. This is just scary, this part. Like, there's no real, like, you know, strat. It's just, again, well, that's the wrong button. I wanted to slow it down, not speed it up. So this is really just stay in the middle of the road, go as close to this corner as possible, then go as close to this corner as possible, while going as close to this corner as possible. There's no real strat, it's just risk. It's just what people call risking. And then we have this bobsleigh section here. So ideally, you want to see, if you want to see your favorite player, stay close to this arrow. That's what you want to see. And it means that the lineup for this bobsleigh turn is a lot easier. You want to line up parallel with the lines, and then hopefully avoid jumping here. And again, just staying close to these walls, as close to these corners as you possibly can. That's what you want to see from your favorite players. Now this section is quite tricky. If you go too tight on this jump, you will see players jump here and lose a lot of time. Quite scary. So you want to see players stay like in this area here, this dark blue area, which is exactly what EPOS does. Staying close to that corner, staying in the middle of the block again, never going onto the outside. So yeah, that's Reunion. That's those are like all the potential mistakes that can be made, or like key parts to watch out for. So we'll just go over it again, playing at full speed. So the start, very hard to get clean. Stay in the middle of the block, go close to this pillar, stay on the middle of the sausage block, make the chicane, go wide to avoid jumping. And then this jump here, make sure you don't go too far left and bonk this pillar. This is just normal drifting at this point. Yeah, nothing too crazy here. In terms of strats, this illegal criminal corner cut. Then the turnaround, making sure you have a good line beforehand. And then just risking going super close to the corners, staying close to this arrow, lining up this bobsleigh parallel, hopefully not jumping there, staying close to the corners there. Staying on the dark blue part of the sausage during the turn. Keep it on the middle if you can. And then that's the finish. Now for key checkpoint times, for those who are interested in pace, the ones to watch out for, after this jump, you want to see 23.5. If you see 23.5 at this checkpoint, that's a really good start. Like very, very fast. Like basically world record pace. You'll see most players do like 23.6, 0.7. That's still really good. And here... No, this is not the one to watch out for. What's the checkpoint number again? So this one here, after this turn, you see this checkpoint. This is another one I like to look at. And for those who are interested in the pace, anything below 40.5 is a really good run. So world record, I believe, has 40.2. Let me just check. So you can see it's about 40.1 is what world record does at the moment. So 40.5 or less, that's still a really strong run in a live round. And now if we just play this out, the final checkpoint I like to look at is this one here. And basically anything that's 50.8 or below is a strong pace. But this one I believe is 50.3? 50.2. 50.28. So in a live round, anything below 51 seconds to this point is a solid round. And if you see like half a second quicker than that, that's like, whoa, this guy's cooking, basically. And then the rest, I don't really look at any checkpoints from here, but you could possibly still look at it for your own interest. Alright, so that is Reunion. Now let's have a look at Ascension. Are you learning anything so far? Is it too complicated? You know, too much information? Please let me know. I want this to be easy to understand. Somewhat easy to understand. So you can see that the world record is 106.31 and the top 5 is around 0.6. So let's have a look at EPOS again. Let's just go through the map. Now this is going to be a bit harder to watch because there's a lot of vertical driving, so I'll do my best to slow it down during those sections. Okay, so again, just taking you through the map. There's a lot of... This is a very high speed map, high intensity. See, you already got this vertical wet wood wall right there. Then you got this high speed plastic, super high speed wood, so it's very, very fast paced. this map. And then it slows down here. Gear 3. Very tricky jump coming up here. And this is all pretty slow pace compared to the rest of the map until this drift. And then this wall climb. And then you have a very tricky slow grass sector. Followed by a bobsleigh where you ice slide. Which is coming up here. And as the map name suggests, you're constantly going up. You start at the bottom and you just climb up the map, basically. That's what Ascension means. And actually, something I forgot to mention about Reunion, and I'll go back to that after this. There is something I forgot to mention about it. But yeah. Anyway, so if we have a look at this map, actually, I don't think that will work. Anyway, so we start the track. Nothing too crazy here, just a very simple couple of dirt turns. Nothing too difficult. You won't really see gaps here or crashes. This is the first place that's very hard to do consistently. Is this going to be a YouTube video? Hopefully. I mean, if it's okay. Like, if I'm happy with this, at least. So, this is an underwater drift. That's the best I can explain it. You have reactor down, which pushes the car down into the ground. So it gives you a lot of speed. It gives you a lot of grip. And it allows you to drive underwater. If you tried to drive underwater normally, and you'll be much slower. So let's just put it at half speed. So you can see he's braking, putting the car into a drift, and just... Oh, this is so hard to do. So you want to... The safest way to do this is to start the drift a bit wider, which you'll see a lot of people do, and open up this corner. This is such an important part of the map because you can gain or lose. You might see gaps of like 0.2, 0.3 just in this turn, assuming there's no crashes. It's very, very tricky because not only do you want to carry the momentum, but you also want to stay as close to these corners as you can. It does gain a surprising amount of time. Like, this apex here is the most important though. The closer you see people go to here, the better the start usually is. And as actually an early indicator if it's a good start or not, I like to look at this checkpoint. 11.5 is a good start. You'll see 11.6s quite a lot. You'll see maybe 0.7s. If you see 11.4, that is a basically perfect start. Just, you know, numbers for people who care about that. And then you got this very, very interesting section here. So what I'll do is I'll change the camera so you can see it a bit better because it's a vertical section. That is not what I wanted to click. Whoops. This one. So we'll go into camera 2, and as you can see, you're driving on a wall. And this is actually wood. And if you remember from the previous map, Reunion, wood is very, very high grip. It allows you to carry a lot of momentum through turns. And you actually have wet tires here, so your car's still turning with that high grip. It's just a bit delayed because you're sliding. And what you want to see players do, you can't really see it in spectator mode, but what you want to see players do, start the turn a bit wider and then go very tight on the exit. But it's really hard to see from the spectator camera, so basically as long as your player survives, that's good enough. That's what you want to see. And now we have this almost blind turn, but you do have this as a visual reference from quite far away. So you can see as soon as you pass this wall, you can see this immediately. You want to go as close to this corner as possible. Start the turn. That's pretty good. And then what you're looking for is to have the right tire go around here. So let's see. Oh, what camera is best for this? Maybe if I go back a little bit, we'll go in camera... Actually, we'll go camera 2 again. Where's his tire? Yeah, that's bang on. For his right tire to be aiming for this dot. That's what you see a lot of players going for. And that's well executed. One mistake you might see here, you might see players going too low and bumping, which is really bad. You definitely don't want to do that. You might also see players go a bit too wide, and which means you'll just crash into this wall over here, basically. It's very, very difficult to get the right amount of steering to avoid this wall. And you'll also notice that people just jump over this gap. There's obviously... Why wouldn't they just go over here on the left? That's a very good question. Because the more you steer to angle your car left, the less speed you have. And this map is all about carrying momentum, especially in the beginning. So you have so much speed here that you can just jump over this gap and keep going. And since it's wood, which is very high grip, it does not matter that you're dropping a little bit of speed here. Basically. And this wood turn is very scary. For multiple reasons. So let me just go back into camera 1. So obviously we're here now. We've done the plastic wall. You see people jumping there. Now already setting up this turn, you have to do it from so far away. But basically what you want to see from your favorite players, you want to see them go as close to this right side as possible. And then that allows them to carry the most speed through this turn. So the further right you can go, the more you open up this turn, the more speed you get. Which again, momentum is everything in this map. Oh my god, and you even have this pillar to worry about. Like, this is scary. Like, even if you just look at this at half speed, it's terrifying. Super close to this edge, super close to that, super close to that. Whoa. And all of that, after doing all of that, they also have to line up this jump, which you will see quite a few mistakes. I've done this mistake myself a few times in practice, where you simply just do not turn enough to the right, or early enough to the right, and then you jump basically too far left, you go into this penalty grass, hit the trees. So yeah, this wood turn is scary for so many reasons. Again, having to turn this blind apex and then lining up this jump with very little space to land on this dirt. Very scary section. Also, Mo To To To, thanks for the 3 months prime. Welcome back to the Blanket Gang. Alright. Whew, that was a lot to explain, but that's a very important section. And you'll see a lot of gaps be created there and crashes. So now we got this very simple dirt chicane. You just simply go over this corner, use all the space. And another important detail is to go as close to this corner as possible, because the more you can do that, the more you open up this turn, which means you can jump lower onto this ramp up here. And Epos does a very good job of that. So you can see he really opens up this turn as much as he possibly can. Stay as close to this wall, these two walls as possible. And that allows him to land much lower on this ramp, which is just in general about a 0.15 time gain compared to like middle, if that makes sense. So what you want to look for here as a spectator, see how close they go to this corner of the checkpoint. And then see how low they jump on this. Those who do it properly will gain on those who don't. And now we have an interesting turn here. Nothing too crazy. As a player, this is scary. As a spectator, you rarely see anything happen. Occasionally, if you misjudge your left turn here, after the drift, you will see players clip this and lose a lot of time. Depending how bad the clip is, it's around 1 second, 1 to 3 seconds, depending how bad the clip is. Or if you just straight up fall through. So yeah. Scary turn as a player, but as a spectator, you only have to watch out for the clip. And now this is a very interesting turn. So the high risk, high reward line here is to stay in the middle and go as left as possible on this drift. You will see people maybe starting a bit wider. This is a lot easier to control. But the high risk is to stay in the middle and go over the left side during the drift. You get very similar exit speed whether you do tight or wide line. It just depends when you go the tight line, there's much less room for error. So yeah, it's about 0.15 faster, but it's much harder. And then you'll see players go as close. Actually, this turn, there have been quite a few mistakes on this turn in matches. So one you may have seen in matches if you watch some was people clipping the inside of this turn, going too tight. And if you do that, that's really bad. Because even though you can respawn, your flying respawn is you crashing into this wall and driving off. So you're forced to do what's called a standing respawn. Now, there is a safe route or a double respawn route where there's a bunch of red boosters. I'll see if I can... You probably can't see it from here, but it's just there. Those red gates right there are red boosters. And that's where you will respawn from a standing respawn. So yeah, you see people hit the left side. You'll see people clip their wheel here. You might see people hit this flag. Like, this is a hard turn. Very hard turn, especially under pressure. So this is kind of a make or break section here. Now, this is not even the hardest part of the map, believe it or not. So now we got this wall climb. And you'll see people jump smoothly onto this grass. And now this, you'll see people make mistakes here, either clipping here or they just suddenly drop a lot of speed in this turn compared to the opponents. If you're not sure what that is, the easy explanation is they dropped a gear. If you see someone, like two people side by side here, and one suddenly drops back for seemingly no reason, it's because they lost the gear. That's the basic explanation. I won't go into too much detail. Now this turn, you will see people risk this for more speed and clip on the right side. Very, very, especially when it's close. You might see people risk a bit too much here and clip this edge. Did I get AT on the full speed map? No, but I had some really good paces. Alright. So now we got this bobsleigh ice slide. There are actually two different approaches for this. So you'll see some people stay on this light part of the bobsleigh during the turn, and you might see people go a bit wider. Both are about the same, it's just about personal preference. But the idea is the same. You want to go close to this apex here. So you want to see your favorite player do this ice slide, angle their car in as much as they possibly can, and then aim just for this small bump here. Epos just misses it, but he's still on a good line. And then you want to see the back wheel go in between the blue line and the pink line. If you see that, that's a good line, because it means you avoid jumping from this... you avoid jumping on the exit of this bobsleigh, because you go up and then down at an angle where you can keep the ground contact. And it also simultaneously faces the car more to the left than to the... Whereas if someone was, let's say if someone was doing the ice slide and they were over here. Let's say they exit more on the left over here. Then their car is facing to the right, which means they are way too wide and they will lose about 0.3, believe it or not. So this is actually very important. If there's someone is 0.2 behind, let's say Epos is 0.2 behind whoever is over here. Let's just say Ghost B is 0.2 ahead. Epos has an exit between the blue and the pink line, and the other Ghost is on the left of the blue line, or purple line, whatever that is. Epos will overtake him. Simply because he has less airtime, keeps the ground contact, he's already facing left for the turn, and we'll just have a better approach here. And now, it's also very important here. You won't see mistakes here often, but you want to see people keep the ground contact here. It's actually surprisingly easy to jump if you try to go too fast. So just a small note there. And then they'll line up left, stay as close to this corner as possible, jump super low here, and then jump into the finish. Very easy to make a mistake. Like, let's just have a look at that ending again after the bobsleigh. So he has a good exit, keeps the ground contact, slows down a little bit, goes over the middle, keeps the ground contact, almost touches the wall there. Almost touches the wall there, and actually you can clip this landing and slow down. If you jump too low, you will clip this corner and lose a lot of speed. So that's something to be aware of while watching. Now let's have a look at that ending in real time. Super close. You have to manage all of these things at high speed. So yeah. And now, for those who are interested in checkpoints, we already went through the beginning. So 11.5 is good. What's EPOS's checkpoint? Yep, 11.5 right there. You can see the time down the bottom if you're not sure. And now we go... This checkpoint is one I like to look at as well. 18.2, very good. That's a very good checkpoint. Usually you'll see 18.3, 18.4. Standard issue star, basically. Now the next one I like to look at is this one here. So 29.8 is usually what a decent round will be at this point. Anything sub 30 in a live round is good here. But if you see like 29.6, that's like, ooh, okay, he's cooking, basically. And then here, super low jump. This is a good one to pay attention to. 33.5 is usually a very strong rounds pace here. EPOS does 35.3, which is really good. This checkpoint, 44.2 is like what you will see most like first places getting here. How am I readjusting the scroll? Oh, this is Ghost++ plugin. So yeah. If you ever see a checkpoint under 44 seconds here, that's like, ooh, really good. And he has a 43.7 here. So 43.9 is like 0.2, like 106.5-ish pace, which is really good. And this is the one, this is the final checkpoint I pay attention to before the finish. Anything below 52 seconds is strong. So what does EPOS get here? Let's just slow it down. 51.3. That's really good. That's a really good checkpoint. So yeah, for a live round, sub 52 is what you want to see as like a fast round here. Can we see me point out mistakes on... Wait, can you... Oh my god. Can you see me point out my mistakes on the map? Actually, yes. So, in my previous match, the most common mistakes I had were actually in the beginning. So, just trying to drive too fast in this time basically was my biggest mistake. I've now, like, practiced a slightly different approach to make it a bit more consistent and reliable. What else was a mistake for me in live rounds? Clipping, again, doing the same thing, like just being too aggressive on this turn and trying to max this out when it's just not needed. I've now fixed this in my training. And this, for me personally, is the most difficult turn, this wood turn. Because it's so easy to either jump out, turn in too early, clip something, or... yeah. But I've found a way to make it consistent. So that's basically all the mistakes I really made on the map. Like, that were crashes at least. I think I had a couple here, but they weren't really that bad. And then the last place I had mistakes was this turn. Pretty much just trying to go too fast when it just wasn't needed. Yeah. That's basically it. And I did add some slow bobsleighs in my match, but nothing too big, too major. Anyway. Something I forgot to mention about Reunion earlier, and the reason it's called Reunion, is because this is the first map that's returned in the 2v2 format. So that's what Reunion means. It's the 2v2 formats back. 2024 was solo, 2023 was duos. So you can see already at the start, right here on the wall, it says 2v2. And through various parts of the map, you'll see stuff like victory, ace, draw. So let's see where it is. So we saw the 2v2. Waiting. I think this is the next one. No, it's not there. There it is, ace. It tells you, you know, 2 blue team finish 1 and 2. That's an ace, which is 3-0. So that's what the scores mean at the top. And it's first to 10 points as well. But that it should say that a bit later. And there's victory, which is 2-1. So 1 in 3 is a 2-1 victory for that round. Happy times, though, money. Did I miss one? No, not yet. Look DC real quick. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. I like that. And then a draw, as you can see, if you get either second and third, or if you get first and fourth, it'll be 1-1 to each team. And then just looking out for the last one, which I think is at the end. Like at the end. It should say first to 10. Yeah, there it is. So first to 10. If you watch a TMWT match, you'll see a scoreboard up here. It'll have the team names. It'll have score numbers. You'll also see little bars. I can post a screenshot of it in the video. Or have Nelly post a screenshot of it in the video. But basically, it's best of 3 or best of 5 map wins. So, and to win a map, you need to get 10 points. That's your team needs to get 10 points. That's basically what it means. Difficult to understand at first, but once you watch a couple of matches and pay attention to the points, it makes more sense. So yeah, anyway, that's why this is called Reunion, because it's the first 2v2 map since 2023. Alright, so we've had the first 2v2 map, we've had the climbing from the bottom to the top. In Ascension, very high pace, 2 very high paced maps actually. And now we go to Limbo, which is the scariest map to drive in rounds, in my opinion. You missed the last weekend. How was TMWT with Brent going? Really good. We won the first regional. Anyway, yeah, we're looking to keep improving. What's the longest overtime in TM history? I believe 24 to 27 or something like that. Alright, so Limbo. You'll already notice that the map's a bit darker. Like, the atmosphere is a bit darker. And the theme of this map, well, as the name suggests, Limbo. So you already have that at the start, which I will point it out. You are jumping underneath these pillars, or rather bouncing underneath them. And this happens 3 times in the map. Wait, 4 times. That was the first one. And we just do some normal driving. And also, for those who are wondering what this atmosphere is, I believe it is the sunset mode. So this is the second Limbo, bouncing underneath those pillars. And then there's another one coming up shortly. No, this is not a Limbo coming up, I think. You do have something similar though. Oh no, it is. So it's actually 5 limbos. So you bounce underneath the pillars, then turn around. And then the 4th one is after this bobsleigh wall ride. Very tricky. So again, you're jumping underneath the pillars and bouncing out of the water. And then the final jump, you're doing the hardest one of them all. So that's why this is called Limbo. So let's slow it down and go over each section. So the beginning, tricky because you want to avoid jumping in all of these little transitions here. You can see aiming at the highest points where you won't clip, right there. There is a small airtime here, but you're trying to stay as close to the inside of this checkpoint as possible. This is very important because this block is so hard to drive and you need to give yourself as much space as possible. So you want to obviously aim between the pillars and this beam into the water. You will see people jump further left out of the water sometimes. That all they are doing is a small lift input. I believe Marsley does it. Let's have a look. No, he doesn't do it. Okay, let's see if I can get a ghost to someone who does. So yeah, you can see that EPOS has landed slightly further to the left, so I'll just scroll back a bit. So they'll jump at the same angle, but EPOS will end up further left. And the reason he does this is to land earlier and also open up this turn. Small thing, but it does save quite a bit of time, if done properly. Alright, so that's the first thing. You have a high-speed wood turn here. Very tricky to like snap into the left here and go as close to this left wall as possible. You have this very, very long drift. Nothing too crazy. Just, again, attacking the apexes. Going close to the corners. Small detail here, but this you actually want to land rough on this penalty, this surface here, which is actually penalty grass. So the less wheels you have on this surface, the more speed you will keep. So you might be thinking it's smoother to drive from a bit higher. That is true, but it's also slower. So you see people cut across this, get a small bounce, and keep more momentum. While obviously staying close to the inside. These jumps are very difficult. Nothing too, absurd yet. Just staying close to all the walls. Another dirt... Oh, not dirt. Blech. Yeah, man, that's a dirt surface, man. That's another wood snap here, if that makes sense. So quick left, just barely timing the right turn so that you snap into this apex. Bouncing underneath the second limbo. And then you have wet tires here. So you do not want to drift at all. You do not want to press brake. You also do not want to land facing left. So if we look at Marsley's angle, let's have a look. So you want to make sure your car lands facing either to the right, which Marsley has done here, or straight. But right is much easier. And then you'll notice players just turn this normally. And then by the time they get here, the wheels are dry, so they can drift without losing too much time. And a small thing to keep an eye out for, I'm not sure how visible this is, but if you see this line right here, this little line here, you want players to stay either on top of it or to the left of it. If you go to the right of this line, you will jump. And that's very bad on this section. So let's just have a look at that again. This line, which starts all the way here, stay below it to keep the grip. And then again, just attacking the apex. You will rarely see mistakes here. But here is like the first... Well, other than the very beginning, this is like the first major, like, high risk, high reward section. So, small detail to pay attention to. You want players, again, just like some turns on Reunion, to stay on the middle or the right side of the sausage block, the plastic sausage block. So it stays perfectly in the center, and then keep yourself in this dark blue part as far to the right as possible. This gives you the most grip, exiting as wide as you can, and then just... This is so scary in rounds, this jump. It's so easy to jump too low and clip a wheel. Like, I've done it so many times in practice, and I think I even did it in match once or twice. Like, this jump is hard. So yeah, carrying momentum here and then just jumping. Oh my god, look where he lands. Like, that is so close to clipping the back wheel. Look at that. Jesus. And then again, just barely has enough space to make this turn, which is important because you gotta jump underneath, turn the car around, and collect this reactor. This is a reactor block. So you want the back of the car, get the reactor, and then you can accelerate away quickly. You might sometimes see people not make it here. Like, they might stop short or something. And in that case, you'll see people reverse, either reverse to grab the reactor, or they'll just keep going with no speed. Alright. This is a very tricky sequence of turns here. So you've obviously got this turnaround. And again, because you bounced out of the water, you do have wet tires. So this little transition here, it's actually a bump. You got to be very careful not to attack it too aggressively. Otherwise, the car will slide. And if the car slides, you are falling off this beam. So you want to make sure you take this transition smooth enough to keep full grip. Stay as far to the right as you can. Land smooth in this dirt. And then you want to... Oh, this is so hard to explain. But basically, you want your favorite players to stay super close to the corners here. Again, close to this corner. Close to this corner. Close to this corner. Close to this corner. That's the easy way to explain it. I'm not going to go into the in-depth mechanics that go on there that players look for. But as a spectator, that's what you want to see. Smooth landing on the right. Reasonably close on the left. Super close to this inside corner. Carrying as much momentum as they possibly can. Barely straight lining this section here. And then having just enough space to land as low as possible in this bobsleigh wall ride. That's a beautiful jump. The lower you are in this bobsleigh jump, the more speed you will carry after this water bounce. Very, very important. So maybe if you have like a 1 second lead, you'll see players jump a little bit higher. You might see that. But yeah, the gist of this is the lower they can stay in this bobsleigh wall ride, the faster they will be after it. So that's a very important thing to pay attention to. The difference between the high bobsleigh and the low bobsleigh is like 0.3 of a second or 0.4 sometimes. So very much worth paying attention to. And again, similar to that landing we had earlier, we want to make sure the car is landing either straight or facing left, because you have a right turn coming up. If you land facing right, your car will be sliding. So you want to avoid that, especially with wet, icy tires, as you have in this section. So he does face slightly right, but he is not steering yet. He's just waiting. Waiting, and now he turns. So you'll see players... Small detail there, but if you see people slide into the wall, it's because they were facing right when they landed. Like facing to the right. And was sliding. Oh my... What is this? This is nonsense. Look how close he goes to this outside edge here. Oh my... It actually looks like he's going to clip it. But he just barely makes it. So yeah. Carries good momentum. Slowing the car down and then just opening up this as much as possible to carry speed. Low jump into here. And now there are multiple strategies you can do for this last jump. So you may have seen people go for this low jump. You also may have seen people jump super high and over the water. If you see people do that, it loses about 0.3. But they will do that as like a safer, more consistent strat. This low jump into the water is so hard, especially under pressure. Very easy to jump too far, jump too low, you know, clip the pillars or clip this edge. There's so many things that can go wrong if you do not get your lineup correct. Yeah, if you jump slightly too high, you, like I have, you just land on the pipe. And I got very lucky in my match actually, because I managed to bounce off the pipe and over the water and still finish. But yeah. So if you ever see someone jumping super high, it's because they just don't want to take the chance with the water bounce ending. So yeah, there's this low jump and the high jump, which is 0.3 difference. And there's also actually another route. If you see there's a road here that goes to the right. This is like you have no momentum. And or that's just that you don't want to crash the jump and you want to make sure you get to the finish clean. So this is the safe route going to the right. There's like the slightly safer ending, which is where people jump super high. And then there's the risky ending where people try to jump underneath the pipe or the pipes. So that's where you want to keep an eye out for. Now, as for checkpoint times, let's go through. So a good start that I look for here as a viewer, I would look at this checkpoint after this downhill jump. Anything below 21 seconds, very fast. Like below 21 seconds is really, really strong on this. I believe the world record here, look at this, 20.85 checkpoint. So if you see a 20.9, you know they're on a really strong pace. But normally you'll see like 21.0, 21.1, somewhere around there. 20.8 is a good start. And then the next checkpoint I like to look at is this one over here. So after this very tricky plastic turn, and then landing on this, I like to look here. If you ever see below 42 seconds at this checkpoint, that's a really strong run. On average, you'll probably see 42.2, 42.3s in rounds, in the average round. And then you can also check immediately after this turnaround. And again, what's the checkpoint here? Ooh, that's good. Low 47 is very strong. Mid 47 is about the average solid pace that you'll see in a live round. And then the last checkpoint I check, I think is this one here. Yeah, this checkpoint. So this is 55.3 for the world record. And I think in my opinion, any time that's below 56 seconds is good. 55.7 or below is like really strong for a live round. At least from what I've seen as a spectator. And then, yeah, those are all the checkpoint times to look out for. Didn't I do the risky fin and with the safe fin though like 2 times in a row? Or was I burnt? Oh no, we both did that on this map. We just went for the risky for no reason. Yeah. That's everything about Limbo. So we'll just play it again at full speed. So the theme of the map is you jump underneath 5 pillars and you do water bounces out of them. So this is the first one. You do the first wood snap here to the left. Just attacking the apexes here, nothing too crazy. Looking for sub 21 seconds at this checkpoint in a live round. Again, another wood snap left to right this time. There's the second limbo. Avoid drifting here because you have wet tires. Stay below this line to keep the grip. Stay on the middle and the dark blue. Looking for sub 42 seconds here. There's the third limbo. Making sure you get the reactor. Avoid sliding there. Landing on the right side. Staying close to all the corners. Low jump into the bobsleigh. Underneath the fourth limbo. Opening up this turn as much as you can. But really just not crashing is enough. And then underneath the fifth one. For the ending. Do I like the jet lag team? Yes, I do. Definitely not biased. Alright. That is Limbo. Watching it play with eye tracking would be sick to see where I look with driving. Yeah, that could be something I'll do in the future. Absolutely. Alright. Now, Ellipse. This is a much simpler and easier to understand map. I don't really know why the map is called Ellipse, but I can explain the theme of it. So there is a trick in Trackmania called a grass slide or a bug slide, which is basically you turn the car completely sideways. So you see the car facing completely left or completely right at a 90-degree angle, and you hold accelerate, brake, and turn. And this allows you to keep the momentum and have extreme grip on most surfaces. So let's have a look. There it is. See, he's facing left. He's holding all three inputs at the same time. Brake, accelerate, and turn. And you'll see those, I believe, 4 or 5 times. And again, this is a very similar mood to what Limbo was, like that sunrise or sunset, darker kind of map. The only 2 surfaces you'll see in this is road. Oh, 3 surfaces is road, plastic, and penalty grass. And that we just. Oh, actually, there's sand. I forgot about that. But you can see that there's already been 3 kind of bug slide kind of tricks, or grass slide, depending what you prefer to call it. Now there is one that looks like a bug slide, but it's actually not. That one looks like it's a bug slide, but it's actually not, and I'll explain that later. But as you can see, it's all just about attacking the wall apexes as close as you can. There's another bug slide. This one is by far the simplest map. Definitely, I wouldn't call this the easiest one, but it's the simplest one. So, now that we've seen the whole map, and I've done my best to explain it, so this is just tight turns and bug slides. That's all this map really is. So we already have this bug slide and then this very tricky little jump here. It looks simple, but it's actually easy to make a mistake there if you're not careful. We have our first drift here. And you just want to stay, basically straight line the exit if you can. Lining up this turn, staying on the left of the pillars. You'll see pretty much everyone going for that. Going onto the plastic here. This block here, this you see there's this gate with this like yellow and an exclamation mark. This is no brakes. So as soon as you cross this gate here, you cannot use the brake. So that means you can't drift basically until you cross either a reset block or a checkpoint. So there's the checkpoints, and now we can use brakes again. Now, what people do here is they drift. They start drifting before getting onto the plastic, and this is so that they can get into the bug slide angle of 90 degrees earlier. You might not notice this at first, but just a little detail here. The earlier you can start this drift, the better, usually. But if you start it too early, you'll actually crash into this pillar. So if you ever see someone crash into this pole here, it's because they did the bug slide too early. But the fastest strat, of course, is to go as close to this pillar as possible. That's what you want to do, so risk and reward. And now this block here, this is called fragile. And the main purpose of fragile is that when you hit a wall, or you do a really harsh landing from a jump, your car will get damaged essentially, and it'll do like a wibbly wobbly, and it'll look funny. That's not actually what this block is here for in this section, because also when you drive on a penalty surface, your tires will become what is called worn, which means they have less and less grip. And on sand, when you turn the car at a 90-degree angle, it will do basically like a full grip turn, similar to a bug slide, but you don't use a brake. So if we have a look here, he gets the fragile, goes onto the sand, the car angles him closer and closer to 90 degrees, and just right here, it starts to grip and turn left. That's what the reactive fragile, that's what the fragile sand does. You see that his tires look slightly different. So at this point, you are still with worn tires. So watch the tires and see how it changes as soon as he crosses the onto the reset block, which is what this here is with the X's. Instantly changes color. So yeah, that's what that means. Like, you have worn tires from staying on penalty surface while you have fragile. So cool little thing there. You might also see people sliding out here sometimes. That's very rare, but it can happen. That's because of the worn tires. And also, again, if you see someone drop, like just suddenly drop back here, if they just lose a lot of time right here, it's because they've had bad gears. That's all I'm going to say about it, but that's the gist of it. If it looks like they've done the same line, but one person drops back, it's because they got bad gears. So that's something to keep an eye out for here. All right. Nothing too crazy here. This section here coming up after this drift, you can actually gain or lose quite a lot. And the main thing to look out for as a viewer, you want to see how close to these apexes here. Oh, let me explain that a bit better. So the closer someone is to these two corners, the better. And then also, at the end of this left turn, being as close to the edge as possible is what they want. And that allows you to open up this turn, which allows you to turn in super tight. And you notice the inputs here, he's not pressing brake. So this is not actually a bug slide, even though it might look like one. But look at the inputs. He's just turning and accelerating. This is because the car speed is so low, and with the reactor down, has so much extra grip that he can just turn like that anyway. The initial strat we were doing was a bug slide, but it turned out to be slower. And again, similar thing, if you see two people going through this turn and then one suddenly just falls behind, it could be either because the reactor ran out earlier because they were slower through this section, or because they got a bad gear again. Keeping the correct gears here is very important. So yeah, the reason why you want to take these turns super tight and open up this turn is because you want to keep the reactor as long as possible. And so obviously the quicker you can do these turns, the longer you keep this reactor, which means the more speed you will have for this section. You'd be surprised how much you can gain or lose with just being too conservative there, or not taking enough risk, because the reactor makes it a big difference. So now again here we have this no brakes, that same symbol again, the yellow with the exclamation mark. Oh no, that's an I actually, but yeah. You touch that block, you can't use the brakes, so you just have to slow the car down by letting go of the accelerator, as you see him doing here. Again, just staying close to the walls, carrying decent momentum. And now if you have a look here, the car is angled fully to the left. He's holding all three inputs. You know what that means? It's a bug slide. But this one's very tricky, because you're bug sliding into a jump. So the angle you start this bug slide matters a lot. you'll see a lot of players start either middle or more to the right. This is just personal preference, both are roughly the same. But the end goal is you want to land reasonably close to this edge here, and you want to also make this turn with a lot of speed. That's the end goal. Very tricky section, easy to make a mistake. Now this, you want to make sure you have enough speed to jump over this pillar. Nothing too crazy. And then the ending is just stay as close to this wall as you can, carry decent momentum. That's it. And that's the map. It is actually possible to snipe people on this ending if it's super close, like a few hundredths, by just jumping a little bit lower. Binks does jump a little bit high here. But yeah, you can definitely risk this last jump and gain a couple of hundreds, so that's something to keep an eye out for. Now, checkpoint times. For those who care about checkpoint times, first one I look at is this. 18.3 is a very fast start, as the world record has. Usually, on average, you'll see like 18.5, 18.6. That's roughly where the starts will be in the average round, if there's no mistakes. And then the next checkpoint I like to look at is just after this reactor. Oh no, I keep calling it reactor, but it's fragile. I don't know why. Yeah, so I like to look at this checkpoint right here. So 30.8 is the standard. That's like a standard round. Anything faster than that, so 30.6, 30.5, that's like, okay, that's a very competitive round. And world record does like a 30.4, roughly. So if you ever see, you know, better than a 30.5 or 30.6, that's a really, really strong start. And now the next checkpoint I would pay attention to is... Oh, that's actually a tough one. There's no real good checkpoint to look at for a while. I would say maybe this one. Yeah, this one here. If you're just looking out for the pace. 52 low. So like 52.3, 52.2 is what you'll see the average like strong rounds be. But anything below 52 seconds is freakishly fast. Like that's really, really good. But like 52.3, 52.4, that's more what you'll see more often here. But very good round, very, very fast round is below 52 seconds. And the next checkpoint I would check is just before the ending, which is not this checkpoint up here, but the one after. Oh no, it is this checkpoint. So this one is 59.6. You know, a really good round here normally is like a low 1 minute at this checkpoint. So like a 1 minute 0.1. If you see below 1 minute, that's a very strong round and actually could be 110 pace. Well, it is 110 pace, but yeah. There's a number to look out for. So the decimal at this checkpoint should be the same or similar as the one at the end. So this is a 59.6 and the end time was a 110.6. So that's something you can keep an eye out for as well. I'm doing all the maps, Linguista. Yeah, there's not really much to look at here. This is, if you max risk this versus like safing it, it's like at most a 10th difference. Like for there to be any change of position in this section, someone either has to crash or be within a 10th for a chance of an overtake. You know, you'll forget these CP times I mentioned, but you're still really interested in knowing? Well, remembering CP times, that's something you'll memorize as you watch matches and you pay attention to the checkpoints. If that's something you're interested in. If you're just interested in watching the players drive, that's fine. Yeah. But it's just, I'm just trying to explain I'm just trying to explain different things, you know? Did Binks do this in rounds? No, I don't think so. I don't think any of the top 5 was driven in rounds. The fastest time I saw was a 110.7 by Binks in rounds, which is sick. Alright. Now, in my opinion, this is the most fun map to watch. And the most fun map to play in rounds. So I'm actually going to bring up 2 replays here. Wait, let me just check one thing. There's actually quite a few line differences in this map, which I want to showcase. So I'll just show the record first, so you can see the map. So very, very tricky map. Lots and lots of slow speed. Very, very tight sections. There's even backwards. There's driving underwater. There's ice slides. And as you'll see very soon, there is a 360, or a 180. That line is ridiculous. I'll explain why in a bit. So yeah, here's the 360. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then very tricky endings. So there's a lot going on in this map, but it is so fun to watch. Like especially if you understand what's going on. So I'll break it down as much as I can without going into too much depth. So first jump here, you may see some players jumping from like the side here. They'll do a left turn to jump lower. It can actually gain quite a bit if you risk it enough. And you'll see some players just jump straight. Difference is about a 10th, which is not a lot in this map, but still anything can help. This is a very tricky thing to do. And with fully wet tires, your car is very, very sensitive to its momentum. So normally when you release the accelerator, your car's speed will drop dramatically. But when you have, what's it called? When you have wet tires, the car's speed will drop much, much slower unless you drift. So if you see people drive out to the right on this block, it's because they were carrying too much speed. They couldn't slow down. So yeah, this turn's very important to not go too fast. And then you'll also see, again, there's that trick again. Let's go back. Car's fully sideways, holding all 3 inputs. Accelerate, brake, and steer. Here's another bug slide. And then we have the first ice slide. Nothing too crazy. You notice that he's tapping the brake. This is to rotate the car a bit more to turn in tighter. Very tricky to keep the correct speed for that section. We have this reactor into backwards. And then using this block, which is actually a bumper block. So if you ever see this either yellow or red, with this kind of like, I don't know, jagged, it looks like a cone basically with an arrow on it. That's a bumper block. So when you drive on it, it bounces you in the air. That's what this is. If you're wondering, then you land on a booster and you drive into the water. Now there are actually a few different strategies here, which I want to showcase. There's already a couple of different strategies. So let's have a look. So I'll hide my PB, we don't need to see that. But if you have a look at what Binks is doing, let's have a look at what Binks is doing up ahead. Notice how he's staying a bit further to the right. And then J-Swag is able to catch up. This is actually a high risk versus like a lower risk strategy. So you see J-Swag here will press the brake, get a small drift, and then makes the left turn. This strat is a lot harder for multiple reasons. If you press the brake while you were still going down this hill, you see there's this line. If you press the brake before you've crossed this line, the car will bounce immediately. So if you ever see players hopping out of the water and do like a bounce, it's because they pressed the brake too early on this downhill. And yeah, the reason why they press the brake here and drift is to slow the car down. Because what this strategy is, you carry more momentum and then you slow down quicker. That's why this is faster. But if you notice Binks, all he does, he drives into the water and then just lets go of accelerator. It's just a difference in strats. I'm not going to go into too much depth about it, but yeah. What Binks does is much easier to control, and what J-Swag did is much faster, if done properly. Now let's load EPOS's Ghost here, because there is a difference in lines right here. This line from J-Swag and Binks you will almost never see in a live round. You notice how EPOS went out to the left there? What you'll normally see people do is what EPOS is doing right now. Go around to the left, get the checkpoint left to right, and then continue. What J-Swag and Binks are doing here is just barely getting to the middle of the checkpoint block to collect it, and then staying on the inside. This does save, if done properly, around 0.1. Now that's an absurd amount of risk for a 0.1 to 0.15 time save. Like, I cannot understand how hard this is. You have to barely miss hitting this corner, go into the middle of the checkpoint to actually get the checkpoint, because if you miss it, well, then you can't finish the map. And then you have to avoid clipping here, and then you also have to jump high enough to land on this. All of this is absurdly difficult compared to the other strat. And then another downside of this strat is you have a lot less speed. You'll see EPOS is much faster going into this ice section. But the good thing for J-Swag and Binks in this case is it doesn't matter that much, because you have to slow down for this ice slide anyway. And what you'll see people do is they'll spin the car to the right in the 180. This is actually the higher risk strategy. Higher risk, higher reward. It saves about 0.3 compared to the other strategy, which is where instead of spinning the car in the 180 to the right, you'll see some people rotating the car all the way around to the left. So yeah, you see how they spin to the right? What you'll see some people do as like a much easier to control strategy is they'll rotate the car the other way to the left. But it's about 0.3 slower. Now, something to be careful of here, actually. It is possible to be too fast for this turn. If you have too much speed, when you try to turn here, your car will just jump. So that's something to be aware of. Although if you do the 180 strat, you will never be too fast. It's more if you do the spin the other way, you can be too fast for that turn. So yeah, that's, if you ever see people jump off the edge there, it's because they had too much speed. That's pretty much it. Also very easy to clip the wall. I've done that a few times in practice. Nothing too crazy here. And then again, you see this block here, this yellow with the exclamation mark, that is the no brakes. So they cannot press brake here. They have to slow the car down by letting go of the accelerator and making the turn. And if they time this correct, they will have enough speed to make this jump onto this pillar, which is very small amount of room, by the way. And then also at the same time lining up with this very narrow finish. It is tricky to get this consistent, but the good players show you how to get it done over and over again. There is also a different finish at the end here, which you will sometimes see people do. And that is that finish over there. All you have to do is drive up the hill and go left. So you slow down, you go up the hill and you go left, and then you just drive into the finish. It's about 1 second slower. So let's say you have a 1 and 2 position, and the other team is 1.5 seconds behind. You could theoretically both just go for this finish and still get 1 and 2. So that's important information to know. So if your favorite team has a 1.5 second lead and they go for this jump, you slap them. All right, that's basically it. If they're 1.5 seconds ahead and they go for this jump, they're stupid. Just kidding, but yeah, they shouldn't go for it. They should just go here. Alright. And now, last but not least, the number nerd's favorite part of the map analysis, checkpoint times. So, first one I look for, right here. Low 20 second, like 20.2 is very, very good here. Although actually looking at this, Binks had a sub 20. Jeez, Binks had a sub 20 CP. I've never seen that in my life. Okay, that's an absurd start. So if you ever see below 20 seconds of this CP, it is well record pace, like just immediately. But usually you'll see like 20.4. 20.3 as a CP time here. Yo, NFAA, thanks for the 4 months. Welcome back to the Blanket Gang. And now you want to see, depending how far to the right or the left you exit here, can actually change how fast you go through this segment. So you notice how Binks is much further left than J-Swag here. J-Swag can carry a lot more speed through this section and actually catch up a bit if he times his acceleration and steering properly. EPOS actually got this section really good. Let me just have a look at that again. Yeah, EPOS is like a car length behind. Exits about the same spot as J-Swag, and then just absolutely sends it and carries so much momentum through here. Very high risk, high reward kind of section there. Yeah, the Akuma, thanks for the brand new tier 1. Welcome to the Blanket Gang. So you want to stay super low here, ideally. You just do not want to see people go like way, way high. Like Binks, what Binks did there is fine. Just going up to this line is what people usually do, but yeah. Low 27, low to mid 27 is what you will see at this checkpoint. So like 27.3 is very good. Binks, I think, at a 0.1 or 0.0. Ooh, that's good. That's it. If you see like 27.3, 0.5, that's like standard. Here, you'll see 31.6-ish most of the time. Now, depending how quickly people get this, low to mid 36 is like a very good round, but normally you'll see like a higher 36, so 36.7 at this checkpoint. This one you can ignore. This one you can ignore, but here is the next checkpoint you want to look at after this spin, because this is the only relevant checkpoint where the speed is the same. So low 54 to high 53 is usually what you will see in a close contested round. But anything like a mid 53 is very, very good at this checkpoint. And then after that, I don't look at any more checkpoints. It's just how low do you go, basically, and how much momentum you keep in this last turn. When is my next match? Saturday. And just in time for C. So yeah, that is Sunburn. My personal favorite map to watch. There's so many different strats, so many small details. The map is open, it's bright. I think this is the easiest to watch. I don't know. It's the hardest to drive, but it's the easiest to watch. Let me know what you think as well. Yeah. Thank you very much for tuning into my TED Talk of World Tour maps. I don't know if this is ending up on the red platform, but if it is, thank you very much for watching. like and subscribe, and let Video Mudda take care of the rest. Back to you. All right, cool. C. Everyone type your favorite letter of the alphabet. That was a lot of fun. That was more fun than I thought it would be. And I hope it wasn't too complicated. But yeah, for those who are like new to the game and don't really have much knowledge on it, was that explanation confusing or not? I wanna like, for those who don't really play the game much, was it confusing at all? Because that's like a skill I'm trying to develop at the moment, is explaining things to people who don't know what's going on. It's not easy, but it's also like part of, it's going to help me a lot with writing scripts for Penguin practice. About 200 hours played helped a lot. Gold. As someone who wasn't even 99, it was confusing as hell. Alright. It was not confusing for you, really instructive. Fair enough. Finally a breakdown even you can understand. Okay. Because yeah, what I'm trying to do is explain things without adding all the niche details in. I'm trying to avoid like buzzwords as well. Well, yeah, like, that's the thing. I knew when I was talking about reactors and apexes, I didn't want to, like, deep dive into what they were. So I was trying to call them corners instead. And, like, walls. As soon as I started using the word apex, I immediately changed it to corners. Because corners is easier to understand. Because you see the corner. You see the wall. You know what the hell an apex is? Only hardcore racing nerds know what an apex is. Source. I'm a racing nerd. So many cuts in this sea? Yeah, I heard. But in this bobsleigh ice slide, we want to be as close to the apex as possible. Oh no, did I say apex? Oh, it's Jova. Buzzlight's like what? Well, I was trying to avoid like explaining all the niche mechanics. So I didn't mention speed sliding at all, because there is something that happens a lot in those maps, but it's so negligible and so like high level that I don't even bother to mention it. Because How do you explain speed slides to a beginner? Oh, you're drifting, but at a very small angle to get slightly more acceleration. And you do it here because there's enough room to do it, but if you try to do it here, you won't make the turn. No, it's too much. It's way too much information. So I don't even mention it. Because I don't need to know that as a viewer. Unless it's like one very long, you know, intentional speed slide. But just like little ones here and there, nah. Oh god, no. Do not mention quantum slides or nose slides. Hell no. I mean, I did mention one nose slide, but that was more for underwater. Where you could very clearly see a difference. One wheel SD? Yeah, man. Is Apex an insult? Oh no, Apex is just this. So if you're turning a corner with maximum speed, it's just like where you aim in the corner in a turn to get the best or shortest line. So let me. Okay, I don't even know where the apexes are in this map. Oh, so there was 2 apexes there. There's one there. This is an apex right here. That turn right there. So it's just like something you aim for. But it's not that. It's not even the innermost point. You can have outside apexes too. That's why I don't want to mention it. But it's just basically like, that's where you drive towards. That's where you're aiming at when you're doing turns. A very specific visual reference on the track, usually found on the inside of a turn that you aim at. That's how I think of it. Explain backwards nose slides with the skin marks. Oh, please no. That shit is way too dank to explain. Yeah, you can drive backwards, and if you steer without sliding on specific surfaces, you go faster. A lot faster. Makes sense, right? What is a no drift? What is a no drift? It's when you turn without drifting. That's it. You just turn normally. Full grip turn. Oh yeah, and I love that people call no drifting on road, they call it NASCAR. How the hell is the beginner supposed to know that? Oh yeah, he's supposed to NASCAR this turn. What, just turn left? Is that what it means? Not going for the cut? No. I don't even know where the cut is, and if I did, I still wouldn't do it. Right turns? Peanut butter. There's like 3 cuts here, 1 easy and 2 next to impossible and rounds. That does make sense given where the checkpoints are. Am I using the K1 button on the straights? I'm always pressing the K1 button. What do I think typical etiquette etc. is when it comes to playing track of the day before cuppa? I don't care. Just play it. There's no prize money involved, so it doesn't matter. It's just play if you want to. I personally don't because I like to work on my fast learning during the cup. But that's just a personal preference. But yeah, just do whatever you want. It's a video game. Thank you, Torrent. Thanks you, Torrent. 25% of the races each season are road track races similar to F1. Oh yeah, I actually didn't know that was NASCAR. I just assumed that was that was called stock car racing when it was driven on circuits, and NASCAR when it's driven on the ovals. I actually didn't know that. That's interesting. Today I learned. And also, hot take about track of the day. If you're the mapper of track of the day, there's no reason you can't play. The cup. There's zero reason. I don't know why people care so much. If there was prize money, I can understand. But there's no prize money. It's just a fun thing we do every day. And without the mapper putting in the effort to build such a great track, there would be no Cup of the Day. Respect the mappers. Respect those who put their creative energy into these tracks that we enjoy. What? Every map has your respect until they put reactor on their map. NASCAR used to have dirt tracks? What? With those cars? That's insane. Oh yeah, someone drove 42 seconds. Yeah, they probably just did all 3 cuts. The reason why the Neo Drift is called a Neo Drift, it's because the player who found out about it, was called Neo. So it's actually called a Neo Drift. If I remember correct. Make the turn! Nice. Devil's advocate, the argument. Why do it as a multiplayer format to begin with? For fun? Like, is that not a reason? To crush the opposition? But that's part of the fun. Am I running out of time here? I am. I'm not going to finish the run in time. Damn. Rip elbozo. It's fine. Still do fun. It's 3 a.m. where you live in the US and you're a huge NASCAR fan? Fair enough. Is the fun not in part because of competition? I just don't see why it matters so much. Ugh. Into Div 3, nice. Alright. I just realized there's a map request I haven't played yet. I forgot, but it's fine, I'll do it after the cup. That probably ought, if you're still here. Alright, rules of Cup of the Day. Every round that we survive, hurrah bedge. And when we die, hurrah edge. And if we win, hurrah glottis. I don't know where any of the cuts are. I've not looked at any of the records. I usually don't. Excuse me. Look after the cup, that's what I usually do. Winning without cutting moment? I don't think I've ever won. Actually, no, there was one Cup of the Day where I won against shortcutters, and that was the same map that I got the 3 Cup of the Day wins on the same map in one day. Oh, it's close. Alright, peanut butter. Get your badges ready because the cup has started. Good luck, have fun to all. Means I won 69 rounds. Actually, that's not true. It wasn't 3 perfect Cup of the Days, it was just 3 wins. I don't know how many rounds I won, but it wasn't all of them. There's 5 different cuts? Really? Jesus. What else about NASCAR do I want to know? I don't know. I actually don't know. Small touch, no big deal. Veg. Grenadi's got the perfect cuppa. Yeah, he got one on a rally map earlier this year. And I got one in 2021 on a full speed map. I beat shortcutters for all 3 comps that day. Yeah, well, only the reruns. Because the shortcut was found after the first couple of the day. Oh, where am I going? I actually forgot the line. Not a good round, but it's fine. Edge. I'll take that considering I forgot the first time. He had an interview earlier today and you think it went well? Nice. Fingers crossed, Rokla. Hope it goes well. Veg. Peanut butter. And you never know, Rokla. Believe in yourself. You never know. Ooh. Close. Oh no. Oops, still made it. Not dead. Man, if you can keep that gear, that would be so much extra speed. I don't know if it'll matter, but... Veg. Place is apparently hiring a decent amount. Yeah, well, that's a good sign. Gives you more chances. Say the shortcutters crash? Yeah, I'm open for that. This gear? Annoying. What am I doing? Oh, almost. Oh, hoo, hoo, veg, not even close. Can you look at what record after? Yeah, that's what I do every cup of the day. I look at the record. Oh, come on. I did not keep the gear. Disagree. Veg. Hello, floppy driver. Red? Number is red. Number is white. Oh! Veg. You got 39th because you bonked? That sounds about right. Knockout's brutal, man. Gotta be very consistent to stay in. Oh, that's sick. Veg. Huge peanut butter. That was sick. What around? too wide, but it's fine. That was very greedy. I corner cut. I went over the corner on both of those. Edge. I'm honestly surprised I didn't clip. Is birdie so fast? Oh, there's people doing shortcuts on this. I don't know where they are, but I wouldn't do them anyway if I knew. How am I not clipping these? Veg, peanut butter. I'm so surprised I didn't clip that corner at the end there. Ugh! Nearly hit the wall. Edge. So it's a CP1 to CP2 cut, says 1.5 seconds. Okay. So they're not doing whatever the other ones are. Okay, that could be way worse. I thought I was gonna flip it for a second there. Still not ideal, but could be worse. Edge. Alright, we made it to the top 16, which means 4 eliminations becomes 2. That's a really cool reroute. Alright. Thanks, Alexander. Yeah, the start was... I clipped the checkpoint and I lost a bunch of speed. But at least I didn't flip over. Edge. I don't even know what a good time is on this map with the route I'm doing, but I think my PB is solid, but I have a feeling there's lines that could be better. Which is okay. Do mappers leave cuts like these in on purpose? No. When you're mapping a route, it's very easy to get tunnel vision and not look for shortcuts. Also, most people just don't think about that. Being able to spot shortcuts in itself is a skill. It's part of pathfinding. And it's much easier to do that when you're like fresh on the map for the first time. Rather than, you know, spending all this time mapping out a specific route, making sure the scenery's in a good spot, how you want it. Edge. You got 17th Div 2? Well done for surviving for so long. It's not easy. It's not easy. Same with building a climbing route? Yeah, exactly. Like, is it? It's not possible to keep gear 3 in the Type 180? I think it is, but you have to go way too wide to do it. Like, you lose too much time going wide enough to keep the gear. That's why I stopped going for it. Edge. Alright, nice. We're in the top 8. So now one person gets eliminated per round. You get 2 gears in the downhill quickly after. Yeah, and also there's a sharp turn with plastic, so any extra speed you would get would be negated instantly. That's not good. That's lost a lot of time. Okay, it's been a mistake anyway, so I can chill. Oh, that was close. Edge. That was a good second half. First half was a bit slow. You're trying to learn to see this stuff? That's good. It's good that you're paying attention and asking questions, you know? I like to see that. I really do. There we go. Much better. Oh no. Oh wait, it's fine. Woo! Veg. A little bit lucky there. A little bit lucky, because it's very rare that you see two people make the same mistake in that situation. Have I played TMNF United back in the days? I played it back in 2012, 13. First time I played Nations was 2010. But that was on school PCs, not at home. First time I played at home was 2012-ish. 2013. Wait, October 2013, that's right. Wow, that nearly kept a gear. Surprisingly. Oh my god. Veg. I got a small bounce on that corner. When was the first time I played TM 2020? July 1st, 2020. The day the game came out. Or was it June? It was either June or July, but yeah. Why do I go slow dueling? Because I suck. Not dead. This is a sick run. Veg. Not a great end, but a good run. Birdie cut start. Yeah, no, I know that there are shortcuts. I just don't know about any of them, like where they are or how to do them. No, I clipped. Ah, I thought there was a wall there. I didn't realize it was an edge. All right, GG, I guess. I thought the wall would save me. Oh, badge PayPal. Never mind. It's fine. Cinema. Yo, Monarch, thanks for the 31 years on the Blanket Gang. Welcome back. Ah, to release. Yeah, I needed that too. Dang. Good round by Demir though. Yep, Dej. That's a sick round by Demir. He didn't even do the cut. Gallagher's with the 18 years in the blanket game. Welcome back with that prime. I'll take that. Third place. Third place. Okay, not what I expected. But Diet is on a very good run right now. Demir only 0.2 behind, but not really easy to catch this up at all. Goes for the super aggressive line. Oh, that's a gear issue if you do it too tight. Oh, no corner clips, please. Keep it clean, birdie. And GG. Sick round. Those are two very good times. Yeah. Well done. What the hell? What the hell is going on in the map, though? 41 seconds? What is going on there? That was a good final. Alright, let's have a look at the record first, and then we'll look at top 5, because maybe they do something different. Okay, so this must be a full reroute. Oh my god. This is cool. Oh my, what the hell is that? Excuse me, what is that jump? Jesus. And that last jump was ridiculous. I mean, all the jumps were ridiculous, but that one, I don't know how you live that. Definitely rounds viable. Wait, only Twist does that one. Okay. The others catch up though, quite a lot. Why? Oh, I guess he had less speed. Yeah, that jump is demonic. There you go. Today we learned. Alright, cool. Now we're gonna play map request. Before I forget. Time for lunch. Enjoy your lunch, Alex. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no. Why? Why? Oh. Was I recording? Recording what? What is this? I see 14 in the campaign. How the hell do you even make this? Oh, okay, I think I have an idea. I can kind of see how to do it. Yeah, it's too early. It's closed. I'm not doing any more map requests today. Just this one. Oh, you mean for earlier, Joe, when I was doing the review? I was focusing on it being a YouTube video, so yeah, I was more focused on explaining than interacting. This is not possible. Like, it's not even torture, it's just straight up impossible. Does it save for next time? Yeah, of course. Nearly. Oh yeah, that's fair enough, Joe. I ignore the... I didn't look at a lot of messages during it. You must ice slide it? I don't think that's even possible because the wheels just won't be on the ground. I don't think it's possible. Oh! Oh, it's the best attempt yet. Ooh. G-Wolf with the tier 3 for 7 months. Welcome back to the Heavenly Ziffers gang. Not a cute emoji. Oh, come on! This would actually be easier with a booster. Oh! If you have more speed, this would be much easier. It's because you have such low speed that the angle is so precise. This is Pro Yachts map. Oh, come on. Yay! Yay! Woo! I made it to the first checkpoint. Now how the hell do I make this jump? Challenge accepted. Go backwards? Good try that. Build up some speed. Oh yeah, because you get the gear much earlier. Yeah, okay, that's... Oh, no, 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 no. What a respawn. That's actually, like, sick. Okay, maybe I just do this. This is surprisingly fun. I don't know. Okay, that's pretty easy. That's too slow, isn't it? Oh, barely. Make it! Okay. Maybe this will be easier with more speed. Turn into late. Yeah, that would double. The standing respawn's too slow. Oh! Close. Okay, that was too slow, but that was a good angle. Too early. No! Oh, come on. Just barely didn't have the angle. No! Almost. Oh, too early. If I had more speed, that would work, but it's not possible. Why did that not work? Oh, come on. Too slow. Not that angle. I have 18 to 13 tracks before. Oh no, this is just a map request. Only this one. I haven't played the others. Wait, why haven't I tried this? That always works. Not that. Big gaming stream. Yep. Oh, come on. That was so good. No. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That was so good. At least I found a strat that somewhat works. Oh, almost. Slightly too far right. Too slow. Too fast. Oh, so close. Almost. Going below record? Hell no. I'll just be happy with finishing the map. Ah, too fast. At the right angle, but too fast. That nearly worked, as scuffed as that looked. Too fast. Need to accelerate just enough to stay in the middle. How was it sliding off like every time? When I was doing this earlier, it wasn't sliding this early. Oh, nearly. But they're slightly too late. Oh, close. Really? What? Oh, close. Yeah, I'll watch World Record after. Do my arms get tired with steering wheel? Not really. There we go. Alright. Figured it out. Got it eventually. Alright. What the hell's the record doing? Oh, I was faster! Until there. I was ahead though. At the first pipe. This looks so hard, and it's because it is. Oh, yeah, so much speed there. Keeps gear 2. Oh, it makes this so easily. Oh, he does double respawn. Oh my god. I gotta look at that again. That was so close to missing. Cool beans! Alright, thanks very much for watching. Cool stream. Why do seals swim in salt water? Because pepper water makes them sneeze. Pig puns are really boring. The best way to communicate with a fish is to drop them a line. Alright, cool. Thanks very much for watching. Appreciate your presence. If you enjoyed the stream, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, like on YouTube. And yeah, get your badges ready if you're on Twitch because we're going to send a cozy raid. I will see you on the next one. Till then, take care. Love you all. And as always, have a great motherfucking day.